Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Chat, I hope you've been well since last stream. I didn't end up streaming yesterday because my sleep schedule was kind of all over the place. I ended up going to bed at like 7 a.m. or some shit. 8 a.m. maybe? 9 a.m.? I don't fucking know exactly when. And then I woke up at like 5 p.m. and I was like, but yeah, that means I've already been awake for like 15 hours. So I'm not going to be in my best shape today. However, everything will be fine. Everything will be all right. We're here to have a great time. Lud, I'm going to call out your attention-seeking behavior. That's right. Lil Bro saying, where is my sub? Stream elements. What else? MF, let me put a message, Twitch. Alright, Lud! May I bring some attention to the fact that you subbed 2 hours ago, bozo? I don't know why. Whatever. Wait, I got some.
And eyes, and boom booms and mouth. And
anyways, chat, how do you do? Wait, let me docs. That's the wrong thing, though. Oh, fuck, wait. Wrong game. Wrong game! Wrong game! I'm sorry! I'm sorry! wait. Twitch stats, that's what I was looking for. There we go. My bad. Okay, caught? I was playing some Balatro earlier. Caught? I was playing... Dude, I swear, man. I don't know why, but... Balatro memes are just so fucking hilarious to me, even when they're not that funny. Like... I saw a picture of someone that was like, this Balatro run is going really well. And it was like playing cards, but like it was like a hand of 5 playing cards, but like 3 of them were normal cards. Then there was a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Then there was some other fucking weird ass shit. And then like over it there was like a Joker and then a banana. And yeah, I need. Does anyone know? Can anyone? Does anyone? Has anyone seen it? It made me laugh so much, man. We already linked it? No, that's a different thing. Oh yeah, the Sam Slade one was wait. the Sam Slade one that made me laugh the most was let me see if I can find it. Was this one, dude? This one fucking killed me, dude. Like that is so real. That is like the true Balatro experience. Like, it's actually crazy how little I play anything other than Flush. Anyways, Flush was really fun. All runs lead to Flush. That's not true. All runs start with Flush. Some of them lead to Flush 5. Caught. Caught.
Whether it takes me uphill, downhill, or out to the sticks, I get the goods from A to B. I'll even take them across the sea if needed. So don't worry, you're in safe hands. They don't call me the gold standard guard for nothing.
Alright. Gumming plunge today. We'll talk about him a decent amount because I want to record the Lantern Ride video today. And so we'll need to talk about gumming. Weekly boss reset? Wait, are we Monday already? Holy shit, that's crazy. Oh, but I don't want to do this boss. It's so cringe. Where is it? I actually have no idea where the boss is. Is this it? Yeah, it is. It's such a cringe boss, chat. Where are my glasses? Rosa, ton fou. Albert, Maman Super, Céline, à terre, Vesto.
Anytime, any place.
If this is also good. Alright, we're vibing. You have no whimsy? Is that supposed to be a diss of my Arlecchino build or an attack on my personality? But I'm sorry, I guess. My bad, dude. Sorry.
Teamwork is trick. You two, tight. Pyroclastic surge. Yeah. Let's light it up. Go in. Get to work. Eat Laline, eat Papa. Crash from the sky.
No! What happened?
This world shall perish, and its ashes will
Why didn't it work?
Bring it. Let's light it up. Teamwork is... You two, time to
He's out of range.
light up the blazing sun.
Please. Die. Okay, we good. Alright. Did Zajef actually relapse in League and play against RITE in the Mel video? Yeah, I did. I did. I relapsed. I'm sorry. I will never do it again. I might do it again next time there's a champ on PBE. Who knows? If I'm on my if I'm on my PC when does the add everyone ping, I might as well. We don't talk about how that game went, okay? Alright. Alright. Do you think we're gonna get 3? Wouldn't it be really sick if we actually got 3? We won't. I know we won't. We got a billet and a solvent. So I'll take that. But we also got the wrong thing for both of these, so the solvent kind of... We actually got -1 solvent. Billet is nice. Billet is nice. We take the billet. Right? Especially because I use a lot of Claymore billets to craft Earthshaker R5. Let me just double check. Yeah, we need the eroded horns. Yeah. Alright. Chat. Our MAVUIKA burst is now crowned. Crazy, dude. That's crazy. Do a Scara test? I could. If I'm gonna do that, I might as well use Sucrose though, right? Is your real life name Zajef? Yeah, I wonder if Zyox's real life name is Zyox as well. No, it's not. Oh, right. She doesn't have a target type you can do this with. My bad.
Everybody, sure. Show no mercy.
You know what?
Feeble human.
Are we gonna be considered in combat right now? You guys think?
Mine to dominate.
Yeah, we are. Very nice.
Burn to oblivion.
Light it up.
Tremble. Kneel.
You still have a special place in my heart.
Reality is pain.
Off we go.
Good riddance, cruel world.
Balls indeed.
Burn it.
Not possible.
What? You can go? You can do that?
Rise with the. I'm going in. Animal test 60. CITLALI eats Papa. Light of the blazing sun.
I was
1.69 mil. Not bad. You've done it before. Have I? It's based on camera, I see. Nice. Do I claim? I don't really wanna. Show her build? Sure. He is on Serpent Spine. With, every time I see this piece, I get angry, chat. I just... Chat. Why is the world so unfair? Whatever. This... And we get into the good pieces. This is her best piece. Off piece, so. Maybe we talk about the Jason video where he talks about power creep.
Oh, this is overdue.
I'm guessing I'm gonna agree with the thesis of this video, but I'm gonna get pissed at his graph usage. Okay, and I'll say this, regarding TGS's graph as well, dude. Like, fuck you. Regarding TGS's graph as well, okay. I think it's really misleading when you're talking about the strength of a unit to have a graph that compares their personal DPS output to other characters that aren't designed around being hyper carries. You watch the video, I clicked on the like I hovered like this and I saw this graph and I was like, oh no, please don't do this. No, Jason said that in the video? Okay, that's good then, because man. But yeah. I mean, maybe we can watch that. A little bit. I'll think about it later. I have so many things I need to do today. But I guess first off, we can do the moment you've all been waiting for, the best part of the stream, the highlight of the day. Stare. Pound. Zilch. Cloak. Okay, dude. Okay. Not bad. Judge? Maybe? Comical routines in a school talent show. I only eat unleavened bread now. I'm on the path of yeast resistance. That's so unfunny. Wow. That's impressive. That's impressive. That's an impressive one for sure. Like a roommate who leaves dishes in the sink and socks on the sofa. I don't know. Bring to mind. It. Ending with ego. Pyro or klepto. Okay, I think both Dodge and Judge are wrong. Because there is no way this is anything other than Mania. Oh boy. So maybe this is fraud then. But I feel like you don't fraud your taxes, you commit fraud. Well, ideally you don't, but like... There's no way... Oh, you evade your taxes! That works. Well, you don't. Chat, this is not financial advice. This is not financial advice. Okay? This is... Whatever. Polishes as an article. Edits. I have no clue. No clue. No clue. No clue. Messy. That makes sense. Is her name Sonia? Perhaps it's Sonia. I'm guessing it's supposed to be the first name of Justice Sotomayor, but I don't know what I don't know. I don't fucking remember those. Do I look American to you, chat? Bring to mind, evoke. Skits. East. Sonia? Okay. This was a hard mini. What the fuck, dude? Wow, that was a challenging mini today. You say that like most Americans know the names of Supreme Court justices? I feel like they kind of know a lot of them now. Because the Supreme Court justices have been in the news a lot in the past few years. I feel like a lot more than before, at least in international news. What's that clip, Limbo? There's no way... Oh, you evade your taxes! That works. Well, there's no way... Okay. Thank you, Limbo. Thank you. Appreciate that. The problem with that clip is, like, the context is on screen. So you have to clip only the cam. Otherwise, it's not as funny. Chat, you wanna know what I watched last night? / I guess this morning? I woke up at 5 PM yesterday. I don't fucking know how days work anymore. But you know what I watched? I watched two things. I watched Kaiju number 8. No spoiler review of it. It was alright. It wasn't like great, but it wasn't bad. I like the concept of centering your story around an old guy. Even if he's not actually that old. But, like, he is, like, older than, like, the average anime character, I guess. He's only 30. He's 33. Okay, he's not 30, he's 33. Okay, that's 3 more years. That's a long time. He's the same age as you. Buddy, I'm 25! Fuck you! You should watch Red Power Ranger reincarnated as an adventurer. Wait, I actually watched 3 things. I watched Go Go Loser Ranger as well. Wait, I watched Kaiju number 8. I watched Go Go Loser Ranger. And I watched... I watched Solo Leveling Season 1. And I guess the first 2 episodes of Season 2 as well. You watch Apothecary Diaries? Was the second episode yesterday? If you're 25, then I'm 11. I don't think you're allowed to be on Twitch if you're 11, buddy. Sorry. First episode? Yeah, I watched that a few days ago. Anyways. But yeah, so I'd say that the best of the 3 things that I watched was probably Kaiju number 8. I don't think any of them were unwatchable. But the best one was probably Kaiju number 8. Then Go Go Loser Ranger. And then Solo Leveling. I'd probably give Kaiju number 8 a 7. Go Go Loser Ranger a 7. And Solo Leveling a 6. Ranger better than Kaiju number 8. I feel like, thinking back on the show now, I have more things to say about it. But it was kind of more of a chore to get through, you know? Like, I got distracted a lot more during that. Why is the name Go Go Loser Ranger? So, the premise of Go Go Loser Ranger is, there's aliens and Power Rangers, pretty much. And the aliens, are slaves, basically, that are forced to participate in, like, fake scripted wrestling matches, basically, against the Power Rangers. But yeah, like, they've basically, like, they've basically been reduced to slavery and are forced to, like, be defeated for television every week by the Power Rangers. And the story centers about one of the aliens that's like, fuck this shit, I don't like that. And the aliens are immortal, kind of. Like, they're really, really hard to kill, and they can, like, regenerate, and they can transform their body. And so the guy decides to transform as a human and try to infiltrate the Power Ranger organization. It's a really interesting premise. And I liked the things it was doing. I liked the themes it was approaching. But it was kind of boring. But like it wasn't, but like it was. Like I feel like it's more interesting to think about the premise than it was to watch the show. But yeah, and then solo leveling was like, so I had told you guys that I had read solo leveling a long time ago in like 2020 when there wasn't that much of it out yet. I guess that's not. 2020 is 5 years ago, chat. Chat, 2020 is 5 years ago. What the fuck? Okay. Anyways. It had been long enough, and the story was not memorable enough. And so I'd pretty much forgotten what happened. So I went into it knowing the general vibe of it, but not really remembering anything about the plot. And after having watched season 1, the first, like, the currently aired episodes of season 2, and reading ahead, I'm at like chapter 130 right now or something. I'm probably gonna finish it after stream. I don't think I could tell you what happened in the last chapter I read, what happened in any of the episodes. I already forgot. I'm not even done reading it and I already forgot. Like, I am doubling down on solo leveling as like the least memorable show of all time. But I wasn't actually bored. Like, I wasn't wowed, but I did enjoy myself. But despite that, I could not give you a plot summary of solo leveling. I mean, I probably could if I really tried, but like, I don't want to. I don't care. The side characters were basically sidelined to show how OP the main character is. Yeah, but it's also just like... There's no conflict? There's no compelling conflict, at least. It's like when your power system is fucking video gamified, it's ass, dude. I love the meme. Name 5 characters from Solo. Wait, I wonder if I could. It's hard because Korean names are a bit harder for me to remember because I'm not used to them at all. Right? There's Jinwoo. There's his sister Jina. There's a girl called Cha, which I remember because it sounds like Ta. There's a guy called Choi, which I remembered because at one point I read it thinking it was Cha and I got really confused. That's 4. And then... Fuck, do I know a 5th one? Egress counts, right? Right? Egress is a character, right? 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 I think so. I think so. Personally, I will give myself the credit and I will say yes, it counts. Like, okay, let's be honest, alright? Egress probably has more dimensions to his character than most of the supporting cast. Okay? He doesn't say a word, and he has pretty much no personality outside of me knight, me protect. But that's still more personality than most of the cast. Yeah, I can keep going. Beru. Iron? Anyways. I'm a Tower of God fan, therefore I'm a mid-leveling hater. Wait, but aren't those basically the same thing? aren't Tower of God and solo leveling pretty much the same shit? What's the orc mage called? Tusk! Listen, if the MC isn't remembering their names, I don't have to either, okay? Anyways. I think I'm gonna start going through anime of past seasons and looking at the stuff that didn't initially catch my eye. So stuff that was well received in the past few seasons of anime. Watch 86. I watched the first episode of 86 and I was bored out of my mind. I might give it another shot, but I'm not sure I will. Have you seen Dandaran? Have you ever seen the sky? Of course I've seen Dandaran. Have you heard of the Eiffel Tower? Did you know about the Mona Lisa? Of course I've seen Dandaran. What kind of fucking stupid ass question is that? Sorry. Sorry. Anyways, let's do the Genshin Redact! Yumi Mizuki buffs? Oh boy. Those are certainly effects of all time. The C2 buff is pretty good. So this is either Leo or Natlan, for sure. Because in the blank of blank, this has to be in the region of blank, and this is 5 characters. So it would have to be either Leia or Natlan. Wait, Sumeru. Wait, Natlan is 6. Wait, no, so it's Leia. Dude, counting is hard, okay? I've never claimed to be good at math, okay? Anyways, so it has to be a Leia character then. I think this is a she. This is a she for sure. Is it Nang? I feel like it's not Nang though. But who else would fit that has a name this long? Cause like this has to be Leia Kissing, right? Like it has to be. There's no fucking shot it's anything else. But this name is it just Ning? I don't know, but I'm not. I'll try it. I feel like haven't we had Ning before already? We fucking did it, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit, we did it, chat. How? Well, oh, it wasn't even the region of Leia. Shit, my bad, dude. It was the skies of Leia. But whatever, we still managed. Hey, listen, we take those, okay? We take those. All right. Region is 6 letters. Oh, fuck, dude. Ah, Collis. That's embarrassing. 5 reps. Ah, I don't want to exercise. I'm so tired. Careful not to do 6, don't worry. I've been doing 10, not 5. Fuck. I hit my glasses with my dumbbell. Ugh. Okay. Man's gonna be so swollen in a few months. Zajef milkers, what the fuck? Okay. But I'd rather lose fat than gain muscle. I don't care about being swole. I just don't want to be obese. Hey, I'm not obese anymore. I'm still overweight, but not to an embarrassingly unhealthy amount. Why are you lifting dumbbells? Wouldn't it be better to lift smart bells? You're right. But chat, I'm actually starting to feel the difference in my cardiovascular capacity. You know, when I started doing burpees, I was like fucking panting out of breath at the end of my set. Now, my heart is still beating fast, but like, I can still control my breathing more or less at the end. I don't think I could do much more because like my muscles wouldn't be able to keep up. But the fact that my heart is starting to like do better like that, I'm very glad. Have you considered making a Duolingo a part of your stall? There's no language I care enough to learn. Routine helps. Yeah, I mean, I have exercised, I think, every single day since I started my diet. Almost 3 months ago now. Which is crazy. I don't think I've ever gone this long actually exercising every single day. And sometimes I do a bit less, but I always do at least a little. Learn Japanese and become a VTuber. True. You know the 10 squats redeem on? No. No, I'm good. Learn Korean and become a K-pop idol. Yeah, do you guys think I could make it? You guys think I could make it in the world of K-pop? Yeah, no. The worst part... I'm trying to envision my future as a K-pop idol, and the worst part of it, by far, is that I'd have to listen to K-pop. Sorry! You'll get cancelled in a minute? Okay, I'm actually curious. How... What's the vibe for, like, K-pop artists? Because, like, the vibe for like, the societal vibe in Korea is, like, omega homophobic and like, anti-feminist. But I don't think that's a very... I don't think those thoughts are very common in K-pop fans. So how do K-pop artists yap about it? Like... Like, I am kind of curious. Imagine Swifties, but even less sane. I see. There have been so many scandals about severe mistreatment by companies and manager, like abuse type shit. I see. They hate feminism because of overly sensitive Korean men. True. To sum up Korea with K-pop idols, they're like Chinese gacha fans. The fans are absolutely insane. The idols do their best to keep a good public image and avoid any controversy. I see. But like, okay, let's say, okay, you are, okay, imagine this, okay, POV, okay, you are a talk show host, and you are interviewing an up-and-coming K-pop idol, okay, and you ask them, how do you feel about gay people? What sort of response would you expect from a K-pop idol? Would they avoid the question? Would they say, I like the gays? Would they say, keep it at home? Like what sort of a response would you expect? Something non-committal? Okay. Okay, so that's the vibe. It's like they just, I see. Yeah, that's a yikes. Keep it at home is crazy. I mean, yeah, but it's like, it's the PR approved way of being homophobic. You know, it's the homophobia that you could expect to see on live TV, you know? It's not good, but it is what you'd expect out of a homophobe, you know? Most of them would not outright say, I hate the gays. Not in public, at least. Anyways. Wait, I don't know, man. I don't envy the life of an idol. It does not sound great. She used to be part of Luna? Luna's not a person?! Luna's a group?! I did not know that. I thought that was a person. I didn't know it was a group. Okay. Like, it's not that big of a deal, it's just... I feel like I've probably... I feel like I've been out of the loop on this one, you know? South Korea is fucked up because of US military occupation. I feel like that's a statement you could make about a lot of countries. That's to me that's a little, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you're right. South Korea is fucked up in a lot of ways, yeah. I mean, Your government collapses like once a decade, like twice a decade? Oh. TBH, I think Japan and Korea are some of the ones where it's not really a US issue. I mean, I understand where you're coming from with that. With, like, the way they have had issues pre-US imperialism. But I also feel like that statement kind of diminishes the impact of U.S. of American imperialism, and it's not really like they would probably still be kind of fucked, but likely not as much or in the same ways. America be like, let's ruin Canada next, bro. Don't get me started on this fucking... Ugh. Canada not in the best state at the moment. I mean, okay, listen. Canada may not be in the best state, but Canada's current state is better than the US's state in the past 100 years. So yeah. You think Quebec nationalists would commit war crimes if the US tried to invade? Oh, for sure. 100%. Like the US would experience Vietnam all over again. Okay, like, I don't think you understand how fucking batshit insane the people in Quebec are. Okay? Isn't it true for any country? No. Like, look at any historical accounts of Quebec's participation in wars. Like, I shit talk them a lot, okay? But I only shit talk them in English because they will never bother learning English, okay? I know they'll never understand what I'm saying, okay? I would not dare to shit talk the people of Quebec in French, okay? I would fear for my safety, okay? But yeah, like, the people of Quebec are very, very patriotic. And it would definitely not go well. Have you seen the Danish? Yeah, I saw that. They'd rather disappear than become something else? Yeah, 100%. Like, I'd say there's a solid, like, 30% of the population. Maybe not 30. But, like, probably a solid, like, 50% of adult men who would actually just fucking sign up for the military. Like, tomorrow. If the US tried to invade. The patriotism of Quebec. Oh yeah, it's a good example of well-placed patriotism. Would you call yourself patriotic? Not at all. Okay, I want to make the point, like, it doesn't matter where I was born, it wouldn't have changed anything, but in order to make that point, I wanted to be like, I could have been born in this really shitty place, and I like, it wouldn't have changed anything. and then my brain tried to think of a shitty place, and I was like, wait. That's a shitty thought. I can't do that. Anyways, but yeah, patriotism is like, it's hard to be patriotic when you're as online as I am. Most of the people I interact with are not Canadian. And I'm online enough to not be shielded from the knowledge of the horrors that my country has committed in the past. Although, I will say, I don't know about Canada as a whole, but Quebec specifically does a real good job of, like, teaching you the horrors of the history of Quebec. The mass burial sites of Indigenous Americans, building churches on top of the burial sites. Like, you learn about that in high school, and you're like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. Oh, maybe Jesus isn't the best word to say here. Oh golly. Oh boy. Oh tabarnak, you know? I understand you, but you shouldn't claim responsibility for something you weren't even around to see. Am I claiming responsibility? When did I do that? Me saying, oh no, that was a bad thing, is not me saying I am personally responsible and honestly should be put to death for my crimes. Like, the reason I'm pushing back against what you said is because it's actually a very common talking point right now in America to argue against education. Right? The whole fucking pushback against critical race theory effectively originated from that sentiment. Right? It's... the thought process is, learning about this makes me feel bad and forces me to confront the fact that my beliefs are harmful. I don't want that. I am currently feeling shame because of this, which means you are trying to shame me for things that I didn't do, which means that you're the one in the wrong. That's how their brain is, like, connecting the dots. And they use what you said, which in a vacuum isn't wrong, to justify opposition to proper education on history. That's why I think it's important to push back against that point, right? Like I don't think you were shitty to bring it up, but that's why I think it's important to push back against it. Did you do the MAVUIKA post release already? No, I did not. I will do it in the next few days for sure. If the West declines, we get Chinese overlords. So? Oh no! Instead of most aspects of my life being decided by the whims of American overlords, they will instead be decided by the whims of Chinese overlords. Golly gee. Like, with all due respect, that's an omega brain dead fear-mongering take. The Chinese finance the biggest library in my country. Bro, it's actually crazy how it has become the case that an effective anti-American government tool has become to give things to the American public, like, or to educate the American public. Like, training Americans is a good way to make America weaker, which is so fucking wild. Like, that's how shitty their government is, dude. Like, it's crazy, man. Americans go out of their way, like American government officials go out of their way to try to make their population more stupid. They go out of their way to try to make their population fall behind. Bro, what kind of stupid ass fucking tactic is abolishing the Department of Education? Like, holy fuck, how? It's fine. Can we add political talk to the stall? I'm always down. The more stupid the public is, the more they can't unionize. True. Uneducated populations vote right more often. It's part of the plan. The thing is, that's true. But also, if you educate them too much, they won't really want to vote left either, because they'll realize that the left they're presented with is nowhere close to actual left. And so, Democrats in the US don't even have that strong of an incentive to keep the public properly educated. They want them educated enough to understand that they're less bad than the Republicans, but not so much to understand that the whole fucking system is corrupt as shit and so doomed. Because they want to be able to maintain the amount of political power they have. Oh well. The USA is in general a fucking abomination of a society. You know, actually, I wonder which is actually worse between the US and China. Like, they're fairly similar in their function, but very different in their rhetoric. Right? Like, both countries are effectively controlled by money. Like, the true political power in China and the true political power in America is corporate lobbies. Like, that's just how it is. But in America, communism is like perceived as this like big evil thing. Right? The scars of the Red Scare are still with us. And in China, I actually don't know how do they perceive capitalism and communism in China? Like how does the average Chinese citizen think? Like, what does the average Chinese citizen think of communism and or capitalism? Like, if you were to take a random Chinese citizen in the street and ask them, is socialism good or bad? What would you expect? Would you expect a response of good or bad? I'm actually curious about this. I don't know. Because I would expect them to say good. But I don't know how much of that is because of my perception of China as an outsider. Saying that China is ruled by corporations is crazy, by the way. Every country is ruled by corporations. Money makes the world go round. There is not a single governmental organization that is above the sweet taste of money. It's not explicit. Yeah, like, I'm not saying there's a fucking shadowy cabal of Chinese CEOs that gather monthly to make decisions on governmental decisions. But like, that's not the only way that money can manifest into politics, you know? Like, I will say that from my understanding, it is less direct in China, for sure. I also have an insane work culture with that 996 shit. What is the 996? I noticed that those numbers add up to 24, so I'm guessing it's the distribution of hours in your day, but But what does it stand for? Oh, never mind. 9 to 9, 6 days of the week. Oh. Oh, that sucks. True. That kind of sucks, dude. Is not the entire nation that does 996 just tech industries? Okay. Chat. When I open a new villainous manhwa, okay, and it opens up in like the one in the one of two possible ways that it can open, which is a shot of an overworked office worker with bags under their eyes. It makes me glad that my job isn't that. It makes me so glad. Like the work culture in Japan, and honestly in Korea as well, alright? I look at that and I'm like, dude. Wow. Ew. And it makes me so fucking glad that I can stream for a living. So fucking, like, I am so thankful that my job isn't that. Like the idea of external pressure to do overtime so that you don't get fired or some shit. Like, what? Jesus Christ, man. I just quit a cushy job that was like that. If it's a job that was like that, it wasn't a cushy job! Idiot! Dumbass! Fucking... Bah! Imbecile? Socially ingrained to work harder than you're capable to. A sign of respect to your superior is crazy. Yeah, I know. Like, I look at that and I'm like... I wonder if I grew up in one of those countries, if I would have been able to adapt to that. And honestly... I get depressed at the thought that I probably would. I probably would have fucking... just went with the flow. And I would be so unhappy. You would have adapted? But, like, that's the thing. Right? I'm not saying I wouldn't have been able to do it. I'm saying I would have done it, and I would have been much unhappier. But it makes me really thankful that I was raised in the environment where I was raised. Like, my parents have always had high expectations, but not overwhelmingly crushing expectations of me. And it's the sort of expectations that don't feel like like someone's forcing you to do something you don't want to do, but rather that someone's just actually looking out for you. And I mean, that's why I ended up being able to make streaming work, right? Like, my mom did not think streaming was ever gonna work out for me. And honestly, at the start, I wasn't certain either, right? But, you know, I said to my mom, I told her, listen, alright, buddy, listen, bozo, listen, kid. Little pup, yeah. I told her, COVID just hit. I do not have the brain capacity to do online learning. I am physically unable to focus like that when I'm sitting at a computer. If I try to keep going like this, I will fail my classes. And so, I'm gonna take some time off until classes aren't... until classes are back in person. And then after a few months, you know, I started streaming for fun, and it, like, my stream started picking up, and I told my mom, I said, listen, buddy, boyo, bozo, lil pup, I might be able to make this into a career. And if I am, it'll be a dream come true. I know that it's not the sort of thing that you can just do because you want it. And so, I want to do this for a year. And if a year from now, I can earn enough from this that I can call it a proper job, I'll keep going. And if not, I'll go back to uni. And that's what I did. And like at that time, I streamed like... I mean, there was a month where I streamed like 350 hours. Like 12 hours a day average. And I managed to do it, you know? And throughout that first year, my mom actually helped me with my rent. And you know, it's all thanks to her that I managed to make it work. I wouldn't have been able to stream the way I did if I was doing that along with a part-time job. It's because she offered to actually help me pay my rent that I was able to do that. What about my dad? My dad's dead. Sorry, buddy. Not the trauma laugh? Yeah. Sorry, didn't know. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, like throughout that first year, there were a few times where like she approached me and she was like, you know, you should probably go back to school. But she wasn't too insistent. Like, I showed her my progress. I showed her my revenue. And I was like, I'm still growing at a pretty rapid pace, and I'm getting there. So I want to keep going with it. And when I did that, she was like, oh, okay, all right, keep at it. Now, I realize how lucky I have been throughout my life. Understanding reasonable and fairly successful parents. Raised in very kid-friendly neighborhoods. Went to a really good high school. Got my university fees completely waived as a part of employee benefits from when my dad was a professor. Met Nick. I don't know about that one. That's the part that balances out the luck. But making it in content creation was also very lucky. I'm interested in how you met Nick. We were at the same high school. We were in science class. We were put together in the same team for a science project, and he showed me League of Legends. And I never recovered. And he's been atoning for it ever since. Definitely not entirely luck. Yeah, I mean, success in content creation is generally an equal parts luck and like talent / hard work. Some people get luckier than others. Some people make it even with awful luck because they just have that much talent and or hard work. Some people with no talent whatsoever make it entirely because of luck. But for most people, it's a healthy mix of luck and talent. Charisma is the key? I don't know if that's true. You need to have something, but that something doesn't necessarily need to be charisma. Isn't that true almost everywhere? I mean, to some extent, sure, but like... the amount of luck required in making it as an actor versus making it as a data analyst, like, those are different, you know? Like, some career paths are more luck dependent. And also, if you get unlucky as a data analyst, you'll probably still find a job. It's just gonna be a bit of a shittier job. If you get unlucky as an actor, if you get unlucky as a streamer, you will not be able to pay your bills, right? Like if you don't make it into the streaming industry, there's no minimum wage in there. Like, there's no labor laws protecting you. You're gonna starve to death. Like that's your reality. And so the impact of luck is much larger. I would never leave a steady job for streaming. I feel like it depends. For me, it depends on what the steady job is. Like, if I probably like finished my degree, and I had a job at like Stats Canada or something, I don't think I'd be happier than I am now. You could do both. I mean, sure. Just like you could ask your boss for overtime if you want. But you can always work more if you want. I don't want to. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, okay? I am not an ambitious person. At all, okay? I get, like, anxious sometimes looking at my view count when it's lower than usual or shit like that. Not because I aim for an eternal growth period where I become a larger and larger streamer, but because I know that streaming is a fairly fickle job, and that if I fall off, I could eventually start making less than my rent every month. And that would be a problem. But I don't really dream of being a fucking 10k CCV Andy. Like, if I could be a 1500 CCV Andy for the rest of my life, I'd be very happy. Nowadays, I'm 1500 on a good day when there's leaks to talk about, right? Bitch, I don't like those very active chats, and neither do I. Like, part of me would welcome being a 10k CCV Andy for a while, just so I can save up to buy a house and I don't have to worry about rent anymore. But once I have a house, I'd start being bothered by it. But yeah, like, I'm not an ambitious person. I don't dream of fame or wealth. I dream of a stable, chill life. My idea of a luxurious life is a small apartment in the city that's walking distance from, like, a few cafes, maybe a grocery store. And my idea of, like, if I had infinite money, what I would do, I would hire someone to come clean once a week. Like, that's my idea of the pinnacle of luxury. Hiring someone to come clean once a week. I think that's a fairly humble lifestyle. And I wouldn't really want any more than that. And so the idea of fucking getting a fucking job at Stats Canada on top of streaming, like, I don't want that. What's your degree? I did, like, pretty much 70 to 75% of a degree in physics and math. How about relationship? I'm not sure, honestly. A few years ago, I decided to take a step back from relationships. Because my last fairly serious relationship had ended in a fairly disastrous manner. And it made me realize that I was not mature enough for a relationship. And I guess, more specifically, I had self-esteem that was so low that it would be impossible for me to be in a healthy relationship. It was impossible for me to respect someone who'd be stupid enough to like me, basically. Which is not a good spot to be in, you know? Because I didn't like myself at all. And so I decided to take a step back from relationships and to start working on myself. And the first thing was that I was just deeply unhappy on a daily basis. And so I kind of just indulged in, like, delivery and just fucking chilling in bed for like a year and a half. And it healed my heart. Well, not really, but like it was like the I needed to let go for a bit, you know. And after doing that, I started doing some proper introspection. I started working on my temper. I mean, I don't know if you guys those of you that have been here for a while know that I'm a lot more chill than I used to be. You know, back in like 2021, 2022, I would get a lot more pissed off at dumb chatters. And I would get a lot more pissed off in Abyss. But anyways, I worked on my temper. I'm glad I can be that dumb chatter. True. Anyways, I worked on my temper. And throughout this past year, I also started working on my diet. And throughout these past few months, I've been working on my routine as well. And my goal is by like fall of this year, I want to be in a state where I like who I am mentally and physically. Right now, I like who I am mentally. Not to the point that I like... I don't know how to say it. I'm satisfied with the kind of person I am. I know I have many flaws, but the flaws that I have are flaws that I have accepted having and feel like I don't necessarily need to work on in order to be okay with who I am. But the impact of those flaws is still definitely noticeable on my body. My biggest flaw is that I'm incredibly lazy. And the amount of weight that I put on through COVID reflects that. And I mean, I'm losing weight. It's going well. But I'm still not at a state where I'm like satisfied with what I look like. So that's the goal. That's the goal. This year, in a perfect world, I'd be able to get there by summer. I think it's possible I get there by summer, but I also don't want to be too strict with myself, so I'm giving myself until fall. And when I'm satisfied with who I am mentally and physically, I'll start thinking about dating again. But I'm trying not to get too ahead of myself. Date me? No. Okay, chat, I'm gonna be honest, alright? I don't think I could date someone who has ever watched my stream. Sorry, chatters. The amount of broken hearts in chat, I'm sorry. 07. I also don't want to date someone who's involved in streaming at all. Like all the weird dynamics that come from like workplace romance also apply to streaming. Like it's like dating a coworker. It's weird. Nick got officially rejected. True! But yeah, like, I don't think there are any, like, particular issues while you're dating, if you're a streamer dating another streamer. But the fucking fallout after a breakup seems like something that I could not deal with. I'm not gonna bother with that shit. Just don't break up. Obviously. Duh, why didn't I think of that one? Holy. That's wild. That's crazy, dude. Oh yeah, I did forget to do the exercise. That arm is so wide it should get timed out. True. My arms are like in so much better shape than they used to be. I barely have any flab left. I still have a little bit, but like if I do this, it's basically gone. Bit more defined, yeah. Muscles are starting to get a little bit better defined as well. Triceps, yeah. Not too bad. Tricep muscles also jiggle. Honestly, the jiggling is not muscle, but it's also not really fat. It's kind of just skin. It's weight loss, loose skin. Doing that after saying you won't date chatters is brutal. True. Yeah, like I'm still very far from swole, but there's progress, and that's what I care about. But yeah, I'm thinking once it lets cold out and it's not just fucking snow and water everywhere, maybe I'll start trying to go do daily runs in the morning instead of the burpee sets. Daily runs plus push-ups instead of burpees. I mean, MAVUIKA's pretty strong. Nigga looks like he'll break his arm if he arm wrestles. Real.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens.
Free stream runs, yeah. Like, right now what I'm doing is, I put my water to boil. I do 10 burpees. I go upstairs. I read. I forget about my water. I remember my water. I go downstairs. I put it back to boil. I do another set of 10 burpees. I make my coffee. And then I go up and I start streaming. Was college hard for you? Like,
Exploration and travel.
academically?
Adventuring is right up my alley.
It wasn't easy, but I performed. Like, I put in a lot of work, and I kept a perfect GPA up until COVID hit.
Many insects have a compulsion.
I wouldn't say it was easy, because like,
Humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
it sure as fuck didn't feel easy with the like. I actually put in the fucking effort, but it did go well.
And trials.
Can you beat up a gorilla or a bear? No fucking way. I don't think there's a single human alive that can beat up a gorilla. A bear, maybe if you get the jump on him. But I still don't think so. Like, probably not. Like maybe if like
Have a compulsion.
the strongest human gets the jump on a gorilla, they can beat or on a bear.
Except we call that
They can beat the bear. Cause I feel like it's easier to reach
exploration and trials.
the face of a bear than the face of a gorilla.
Adventuring is right up my alley.
Right? Like, that's my reasoning, right? Like, a bear is probably stronger than a gorilla. But if you're really fucking strong, and you get the jump on the bear and you put a fucking haymaker on his nose, I feel like I feel like that could do some damage. Whereas, you will die before you manage to land a haymaker on a gorilla. The face is just not in your range. A bear can jump on me any day. Okay, buddy, calm down. I don't know, but I feel like you're underestimating the bear. I don't think I would win against the bear. I think the strongest man has a better chance against the bear than against a gorilla. I still don't think it's a good matchup. But I think it's like a 1 in 1,000 instead of a 1 in 10,000, you know? Like, gorillas are way easier matchup. How do you approach the fight?
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Gun? Okay, I mean, obviously, if you have a gun, you can beat both of them. Like, it's not...
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light.
Like, okay,
Humans are the
sure.
same. Except we call that light hope.
Can we get a tier list for which Genshin characters you could beat in a fist fight? I don't think there's a lot of Genshin characters I could beat in a fist fight. Actually, well, because they have visions, right? Like, they could just fucking impale me with a pillar of rock. Like, what am I gonna do about that? Are you assuming they can't use their vision? Okay, if you're assuming they can't use their vision, I actually think I'd probably be able to beat more than half of the cast. Like, if you're not assuming boxing and you're assuming that, like, grappling is allowed. Because, like, if it's just boxing, I don't have the stamina to be able to perform well. But if grappling is allowed, dude, I'm big. Like, I'm heavy. There's a reason why there's weight categories in pretty much all fighting sports. I would likely be able to fucking dumpster all the, like, small and teenage model characters. And I'd probably do well against most of the tall models as well. Just because they're all so thin. None of them have any fucking muscle. Did you take Beto? No way. No way. Beto would step on me. And I would like it. Huh? Sorry. Sorry. Ito would lose to you? I would. Okay, wait. Let's actually go through them. Amber? I would solo Amber. Kea? I feel like it would be a toss-up. I feel like Kea's proficiency in hand-to-hand combat is very unclear. He's a cavalry captain, but the horses don't exist. I don't know what the fuck he's actually supposed to do. But, like, I weigh 60% more than he does. You know, like, he... Yeah. I think the matchup would be Kea favored, but I think I have a chance. What do you think is Kea's weight? I would say he weighs 140 pounds. He has no fat and no muscle. Like, I don't think you realize how thin the default male character model is. They are so thin. Kilograms? That's the equivalent of like 60 kilograms. Anyways, Lisa. I think I would dumpster Lisa. Barbara wouldn't stand a chance. Okay, I think if we're not allowing biting, I would beat up Razor. But if biting is allowed, I feel like Razor would just outright kill me. Like I would bleed to death. Like he would actually murder me. And if biting wasn't allowed, I would still get murdered, but he'd get disqualified for breaking the rules. So I'd technically win. I would dumpster Xialing. Beto, like I said, Beto would step on me. I could probably beat up Singzo with one hand tied behind my back. I think I'd beat up Nang. I'd beat up Fischl. I'd beat up Bennett. I don't think I'd beat Noel. But I don't know. Maybe I would. Like if I try to imagine Noelle, I feel like I wouldn't. But then I look at her and I see how thin her noodle arms are. And it's making me wonder if that's an accurate assessment. I think I'd lose. But if you go off of like actual in-game Noelle and whatever the fuck this is, I'd beat her probably. But I think we should give them the benefit of the doubt here. I think I'd beat Chongyun. I'd beat Sucrose. I think Jean would fuck me up. Yeah, Diluc would beat me. I'd beat Chi-Chi. I'd beat Mona. Good thing is a martial artist. Okay, here's the thing though, chat. Would you lose to a 20 centimeter tall, 4 pounds heavy martial artist? Like, no, you wouldn't. These character models are so small. These people are so small. And we're talking no weapons. You'd be surprised at what some small people can do with enough training. Yeah, but put them up against a guy my size. Like, she tries grappling me, I just lift her. Like, I feel like if any character with this, like, body type model can beat me, it's probably Kuting. But it's hard for me to imagine losing a fist, or like losing a hand-to-hand fight. How tall is he? Okay, so jokes aside, I'm 5'11", which is a little bit under 180 centimeters. And I'm on the heavier side with, at this point, a relatively healthy mix of fat and muscle. I probably weigh a solid, like, 2.3 times more than Kuting does. Like, she probably weighs in pounds my weight in kilograms. Weight isn't everything, though. She doesn't need to lift you to beat you. No, but she... There isn't that much she can do with this little muscle. Because pretty much every... Like, she doesn't have enough muscle to, like, actually pummel me. Unless I fucking shove my head into a counter. And I have enough muscle to, like, easily lift someone of her weight. Pretty much no matter where around me she is, if she tries any sort of grapple. I can just fucking lift her whole ass body up and, like, throw her on the ground. Anyways, point I'm making here is, like, I think if anyone with this body type can beat me, it's probably Kitsing. But, like, weight plays such a major role in hand-to-hand combat. If it was me 3 months ago, before I started dieting and working out, I think I would lose. You still win? No, cause like I straight up think like I would have run out of stamina early enough that I wouldn't have been able to knock her out first. And once you're out of stamina, you're just fucking gone, you know? Anyways, Venti, yeah, I would dumpster Venti. I would punt Klee. I would punt Diona. Child would beat me up. I'd beat Xinyan. Unironically, I'm pretty sure I would dumpster Zhongli, and I would fucking...
But where are
I would give him a new fucking face. Okay? I feel like Zhongli is like... Like, in a fist fight? Zhongli probably doesn't even know how to use his fucking hands, okay? Albedo. I don't really understand how homunculi work, so I don't know. Maybe. I'm really unsure. I'd beat up Ganyu. I don't think I'd beat up Xiao. Xiao seems like the kind of guy who'd be able to overcome a weight difference by fucking gouging out your eyes. He would crash the fuck out, he would, yeah. Like, Xiao would actually crash out so bad. Yeah, and I feel like it's reasonable to consider Xiao's jump as not being a result of of his vision. Like, bro can just straight up fucking jump 3 times his height, which is still not that high, all things considered, but like still. Anyways, Hu Tao, I think I'd beat up Hu Tao. Rosaria is a good question. I think the Rosaria matchup is even. Because I don't think she'd care. Like, how do you get her to care? Anyways, I'd probably lose to Rosario though. Like, in a, yeah. Yunfei! I beat up Yunfei. I think I'd lose to her. I'd lose to Emma. I'd beat up Kazuha. I'd beat up Ayaka and I'd enjoy every single fucking second of it. I'd punt Sayu. I'd beat up Yoimiya. I'd beat up Alloy. I feel like this one's a toss-up. This one's like Kaya, I'm not sure. Kazuha is a samurai. So what, dude? He's 2 feet tall. Kazuha is like 7-year-old me in weight. Yeah. She's literally a war general, and do you think that military achievements correlate one-to-one to hand-to-hand combat proficiency? Her weapon of choice is a bow, dude. And like, don't get me wrong, okay? You need serious, like, back and triceps muscles to be a good bow user. But we can see the size of her arms. She's clearly not that good at it. You know? Like we can see the size of her arms. Like, we have to ignore model arm size. It's hard, though. Like, I want to ignore it, and then I see it, and I'm like, there's no way I'd lose to these fucking matchstick arms. Have you heard of greasing the groove? It's muscle training aimed at strength with minimization of hypertrophy. okay, that's cool and all, but like, these aren't just average sized arms. These are like, there is no muscle in here. Arm. Like, there's skin, there's bones, but there's no muscle. Like, anyways. Raiden. Are we talking about the puppet or the real one? I'd probably lose to both, actually, to be fair. I'd lose to both. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'd lose to both. Bro, okay, I straight up think I could fall asleep in front of Kokomi and she still wouldn't win. I think I would beat Kokomi faster than I could beat Klee. Like yeah. Toma would beat me for sure. I think I beat Goro. It's just so fucking small, man. Yeah, like, by the way, right, just for comparison, okay? Look at the size of Ito's arms, and I've made fun of Ito for his noodle arms. Look at the size of Ito's arms. Look at the size of Sarah's arms. I guess you can't really see them that well because she has like really thick sleeves. But who's the similar? I mean, fuck, even Raiden's arms. Like, look at this. Ito's arms are like comedically thin, and they're still twice as thick as Sarah's arms. Like, I don't know if I'd lose to Ito. The thing about Ito is like, rationally, I feel like I'd lose. But Ito is a sort of character that like canonically can't really win at anything. And I don't know if his physical strength would be able to overpower his like massive loser energy. So I feel like I'd win even if I don't think I could. You know? Like, so I'd win somehow, but I wouldn't deserve to. You know? He's the man equivalent of girl failure. True. I'd beat up Yunjin. I would stand no chance against Shenhe. I feel like this one's a fitty-fitty. I feel like this one's a 50-50. Ayato beats me. Elon beats me. I think Kuki would be like Shao. She'd go for the eyes. Can you elaborate on Ayato? I think any tall character model that doesn't have a major flaw in hand-to-hand combat would beat me up just because I'm not very well in shape. And I don't have the stamina to keep up with in-shape tall men. Like the only tall man I said I'd win against so far is Zhongli, just because I think he would straight up just not be able to understand how hands work. Anyways, Hazel. Unironically, I think I'd win. Okay. Unironically, I think I'd win. Cause yeah, like he's a hand-to-hand guy, but like that's with his vision. That's not actual hand-to-hand combat, okay? You can't beat Cookie, but Hazel you can. It's a mindset difference. If Hazel went for my eyes, Hazel would beat me, but I don't think he'd do that. I don't think he'd have the instinct to do that. I think Xiao and Kuki definitely would. Just wear glasses? I actually think wearing glasses would make it even harder to win. Because instead of just needing to poke my eye, or instead of needing to poke my eye, now they just need to punch my glasses. And then my glasses would break into my eyes and I'd blind myself. Like, that doesn't sound very smart. Goggles, maybe. I'd beat up Cole. I'd beat up Tifnutty. I'd punt Dory. I think I could win against Candace, but I wouldn't want to. Maybe I couldn't. I don't know, dude. Dude, okay. Genshin characters are all so thin that it's like, it's hard for me to conceptualize them actually being impactful in hand-to-hand combat. But I guess Candace should. Probably. But like, bro, look at her arms, man! Like, I feel like I could lift her by holding her arms like this. Like, these people look so criminally underweight. Or kicks not allowed. Do these look like developed leg muscles to you? But like, okay, character model aside, I would 100% lose to like Canon Candace. But Candace as visually represented in game, I think I'd be able to beat. How does Jean win if Candace can't? Well, see, Jean has a really amazing power called baggy sleeves that allows for reasonable doubt when it comes to muscle definition. Anyways, Sino! Again, it's the same thing. Lore Sino would beat me up, but Sino, as is visually represented in the game, doesn't stand a chance. Dude, Nilo would die. One kick to the face and she's gone. I'd punt Nahida. I'd beat up Layla. I'd beat up Farazan. I'd win against Wanderer for the same reason that I'd win against Razor. Because they would... Both of them would kill me by breaking the rules. And through their breach of the rules, I would be declared a winner. But not through beating them up. I mean, yeah, I'd beat Yao Yao. Al-Hytham would beat me. Actually, would he? The problem with Al-Hytham is his lower body. Like, look at his legs. Look at how thin his legs are. Like, his upper body is fine, but his lower body is like... His balance point is too high, true. Okay, so... Laura Al-Hytham I'd probably lose to. However, Al-Hytham as visually represented in game... I think I'd beat him. Why are his knees so low? Wait, you're so right. Why are his knees so low? What the... You're right. What the... I never noticed that before, dude. What the fuck? Oh, God. What are these proportions? Baiju is even weirder. I don't know. Anyways, I feel like with Al-Hytham, I'd try to bring the fight to the ground. And there's just not much he could do.
Wait. Huh? No. Whatever.
Okay. Most people would. Okay, buddy. You know that's not what I meant. I would not be able to beat Dea. I would beat Mika. I would beat Kaveh. I would beat Baiju. I would beat Kirara. Do you do any martial arts? No. Kirara... But... Like, do claws count as hand-to-hand? Because if they do, I obviously lose. But if not, I win. The triplets are not losing. They're all so thin, dude! My forearms are bigger than his thighs! And I don't even have big forearms! Like, man! Yeah, for the person that asked me earlier if I do any martial arts, there's only so much martial arts can do in the face of an overwhelming weight difference. Bruce Lee versus Mike Tyson debate, but it's not even like that. Like, you have to understand that, like, there is still force behind Bruce Lee's punches. Bruce Lee is not a heavyweight boxer, but bro still has muscles. Look at these arms. There is no muscle here. You need a certain bare fucking minimum. You know? Like... The force required to give someone a concussion is the same no matter how big they are. Right? So, like, once you reach a certain level, it is definitely going to be possible for someone who's much smaller to win. But if you're so weak that you cannot inflict that bare minimum of damage to do, like, or to reach that bare minimum of strength required to do organ damage, there's nothing you can do to overcome that weight difference. Oh yeah, you need to go for the weak points, but a lot of the people mentioned so far just wouldn't. And also, you need a certain bare minimum of musculature in order to be able to have the speed required to actually get into someone's blind spot and reach a significant weak spot. And someone with legs that look like these just won't be able to do that. Anyways, I got an exercise redeem. Ugh. How many kilograms is that? It's like 13-ish. And I get that deep stretch in. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, actually. Yeah, that feels good. Why do you stream at this time of the day? It just fits well with the type of person I am. Streaming in the morning is just a vibe for me. Made another custom connections. We can take a look at that after. It's basically all character models are the same. I think it's funnier to use their gacha arts. Maybe we should have done that, but it's too late now. Anyways, yeah, I think I'd beat up Lynette. I think it's a 50-50 versus Lenny, and I think I'd beat up Femina. Neville would beat me. Risley would, like, actually fucking... he would fuck me up. You do the Beetle event? I actually did, yeah. I did it off stream. I would beat her up. I'd beat her up and enjoy every second of it. I'd beat up Navia. I'd beat up Chevreuse. I want to say Gaming beats me up, but like... Look at these ankles, dude. Like... Like, he's a dancer whose dance involves a lot of jumping and running. And yet, this is the size of his fucking legs. Like, I know what I'm gonna do. Alright. I would lose to Gaming. Gaming would beat me up. For sure. I'd beat Changyun. I'd beat Chiori. I would not beat Arlecchino. I'd beat Sethos. I don't think I'd beat Klein. Even if you take the in-game model at face value, I think she'd still win. Yeah. I mean, I would punt Sijuin. I'd beat Imidi. I'd punt Kachina. I would disfigure Molani. I'd remember how much I dislike her, and I'd actually like keep beating her ass even after I was declared the winner. Okay, I'm a hater. Okay. I would lock in. You know, when I was young, all right, I was in like gym class. I was that kid that like wasn't all that great at sports, but like locked the fuck in. And like really tried way too hard. And so I was still like not that bad. Even if I had no talent whatsoever. I feel like the person that I was in like 4th grade fucking sliding to tackle the ball away from people in soccer and gym class would come out as I'm fighting Molani. He's literally a trained fighter. Yes, and her biceps are the size of my pinky. Okay, Kanish gets the baggy clothes benefit of the doubt for his legs. He has like incredibly thick boots. that make it look like his noodle legs are actually a reasonable size. And really baggy clothes. Blood rocking the sleeper Mewtwo build. True. I think I'd lose to Kanich. I'd lose to Shilonen. I think I'd beat Oron. I think I'd lose to Chaska. I'd definitely beat CITLALI. Visions aren't allowed, but the bike is? True. The wrists, but yeah, like, bro, her arms are so thin! But... wrists don't really get much bigger, though. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, but if your fighting style consists of, you know, brandishing a claymore, you will need a lot of grip strength. You'll end up with massive forearms and wrists. I'd lose to her, but like I don't feel good about it. Her legs are fucking massive. They're not actually that big. It's just that her fucking one-piece suit makes it look like her hips are her legs, and it makes it look thicker than it actually is. But like, her thighs aren't actually very thick. She doesn't really have big legs. Also, if she comes to the fight dressed like this, it's like she gets an additional weak point just from the fucking zipper being there. Like, anyways. Yeah, I think I would win against more than half the cast. If we're looking at, or like, what they look like in game, I think I'd win against more than half the cast in a hand-to-hand 1v1. However, that's just because Hoyo is really lazy with their character models, and because hot 35-kilogram whatever sells better than reasonable body proportions. Should do that with the enemies? Wait, that's actually such a good idea. Sex sells? I mean, sure, but like... I don't know how to express this thought, actually. I find a body type that is that thin to be somewhat unattractive. If they want to use sex to sell to me, that's not the body type they have to use. Game of context and you literally want to be on a tornado? You're right. I did beat up that tornado. That's true. Yeah, actually. Yes, that's a good point. Dea did deserve actual in-game muscles. Like, I like Dea's design when it's not on my screen. Because when it's not on my screen, I can imagine her with actual muscles. But then when she's on my screen, I'm reminded of her just having a generic thin figure. How vivid are your mental images between real-life image quality to dark fog? They're a lot closer to dark fog than real-life image quality. Like, if I close my eyes and try to picture an apple... what I see in my mind is, like, all black, and then a little part of black that I'm really trying hard to convince myself is red, but it's not, and I know it's not, but like, I managed to convince myself that it is anyways. They used to be more vivid. Like, sometimes I wonder... Or, sometimes I like, notice that my brain works slower than it used to. And I wonder why. I wonder if it's just the natural effects of aging. Or if I did something that I shouldn't have. Is it the effects of poor diet for a few years? It could be. The weed? I don't smoke weed often enough. But maybe. Who knows? Have you ever had COVID? No. You can vary with your school/university ages. I mean, sure. But I just feel like I get dumber with time. I get wiser but dumber. It's the slot manga and manhwa. Yeah, you're right. Is weed legal in Canada? Yes. I barely smoke weed for the same reason I barely drink alcohol. Which is the same reason that I don't have cheesecake all the time, or it's just because I just don't happen to. You know, it's not that I don't smoke weed. It's just I don't get random urges to smoke weed when I'm fucking chilling in my house. That's not actually entirely true. Sometimes after a long stream, I'm like, I kind of wish I had a blunt in my pantry. Just have like 3 or 4 puffs. And get a mild high while going upstairs to watch some anime or read stuff. Or play Balatro. But I also feel like if I did have weed in my pantry, I'd probably smoke like every other day or every day. And that's probably not good. So I don't keep any. Keeping weed in the pantry is crazy. Why is that crazy? What's so crazy about that? It's not food? I mean, neither is coffee, but I keep my coffee in the pantry as well. The weed goes under the coffee in my pantry. I have like my section for like coffee and tea and weed. The fact that space had mapped out is based, true. I have an empty container of pre-rolled government issued blunts in my pantry right now. It's been there for like a year. Government issued is wild, I know. I know, dude. It's not like actually government issued, but like I bought it at the like official government place. It does have the sticker on it. True, it does have the sticker on it. You're right. How long has it been since you last smoked? Oh boy, good question. It might have been a year. It was last winter. I know that much because I remember it was cold as fuck outside. It was early 2024. I don't know if it's been a full year though. Do you prefer smoking or edibles? So, I've never gotten high from edibles. I've had edibles, but I was scared of the this edible ain't shit phenomenon, and so I was pretty careful. But I think I was just too careful. One thing I'll say though is like, I mean, I talked about it a few days ago. I haven't smoked in like almost a year, but it's been like maybe a month-ish since the last time I've had weed. Because I had a chamomile, weed, and lavender tea recently. And it was so good. And I felt so chill after drinking it. Like, I want to buy it again, but it's so expensive. But it was so good. Anyways. Anyways, we're 3 hours in. Let's record, chat. It's time to record. Is it in here anywhere? Probably isn't, right? Because the event isn't here yet. Fuck. Wait, actually, before we do that, someone sent this. Oh yeah, we also didn't do the Genshin duel. Let's do that first. 3 hours in and we're not even done stalling. That's crazy. Have we even spent our resin? No. We did the weekly boss, but that's it. Balls. Wasn't balls. Mondstack character, releasing 1.0. Try a bow user. No, let's try Mona. Let's try. Not a catalyst. The do we go bow user? Official? Try official. It is a bow. Amber? Venti? Amber. You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. Dude, what? Who's an outsider that would talk about the Knights of Favonius? The Luke? Nice. That's Hu Tao. Okay. Okay. Bald! It's a Stellaron Hunter released at the same time as Bald. Kafka? Yeah. Long time no see. How have you been? Clocking in a lot of overtime? Wow, that is such a generic voice line. I have no clue who that is. It is somewhat casual, so it has to be someone who would speak to us casually. And it can't be someone who we see all the time, because otherwise they wouldn't say long time no see. Which I guess does rule out a lot of characters. Oh. This is like the one of the like three one of the 3 Star LVAs I know. That's my Balatro goat right there. Actually, is it plus 1k every time I talk about Balatro? Yeah. Actually, I was literally on Sam Slade's Twitter earlier to show you guys this meme that I found really funny. Anyways, daily ability. I know who that is. I know that I know who that is. I have seen this before. But I'm not. Is it Natasha? I think it's Natasha. Is it Ben Day today? Not Ben Day. Fire? Let's try lighter. No. So it has to be an old fire character. Because pretty much all the new ones are in this faction, I think. Who's an old fire character? It's not Kaleda, because Kaleda's in the same faction as Ben. Soldier 11? Nice. 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 Yeah, because, like, Lighter, Burnus, and Lucy are all in this faction, right? I think. And who else is fire? Is there anyone else who's fire? No? Yeah, okay. If you get a same thing as well, I guess Kaleda that I've already said earlier. Evelyn will be, I see. How do you know about ZZZ so much? Because I play the ZZZ duel every day. That's literally the only reason. Kaleda would get stunned from Lighter. I mean, Kaleda would get Bellabog from Ben before she gets stunned from Lighter. Ben is actually a pretty decent first guess. I'm pretty sure Ben is a worse first guess than Kaleda, though. Because there's just not enough defense characters. But, I don't care. Who could you beat up for Sorrel and ZZ? Maybe we can do that like tomorrow or another day. I don't really want to do that today. Because we're already like 3 hours and 15 minutes in and we still haven't done the video I want to do today. So I don't want to stall too much longer. I'm all for stalling, but because there are so many videos I need to record before the end of MAVUIKA's banner, we need to impose a limit on ourselves for now.
Everybody stand, show no mercy. Suffer the pyroclastic surge.
be good. Wish it was on the other fucking artifact set, but I mean, okay.
Light it up. Let's light it up. I'm going in. Fulfill our pact. You two. Breath from the sky.
Wow. Okay, when I said I wanted that Pyro Goblet on the other set, I didn't mean I want any Pyro Goblet on the other set. Like, but I mean, who knows? This could roll into crit damage and then actually end up being good. But I have a 9 roller offset, so like, I feel like there's no shot that's an upgrade.
Rise. Bring it. Everybody stand. Suffer the wrath of pyroclastic surge.
What the? Come on. I believe. No, I don't believe. Come on, give me a good feather. A good feather is all I need. 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 A good feather is all I need.
Light it up. Teamwork is. Citlali, eat Papa. Breath from the sky.
Come on. I believe. I believe. Bald peacocks. Okay, shut up. Oh no! I meant a good feather on the codex set, not. Okay, I mean it's not that good. It's not that good. It's two good stats.
Rise.
It's not that good.
I'm going in. Show no mercy. Suffer the light of the blazing sun.
A good feather on the obsidian set is all I need. If you give me this, I will be happy. I'll lock this, maybe. What set is your Shalonen on? Right now, she's just on Cinder City because I can't be bothered swapping her sets all the time. But the optimal set in this team, I think, is Instructor. You can use Petra, but Instructor is just more chill to use.
Pyroclastic surge.
Like one of the things you'll do if you get a good feather. I'll record the Lantern Ride video today if I get a good feather. I'll also record it if I don't get a good feather, but yeah. Instructor has so little uptime. Yeah, but as long as you get it on the burst, it doesn't really matter. Make Nick drop the gumming guide. I mean, hey, listen, maybe, who knows? Maybe I'll manage to convince him. Now that Citlali's out, there's an actual reason to make a Gaming guide, because Gaming's, like, actually better than Hu Tao now.
Off we go. Add Astra. Thank you for complete.
That's as he said, yeah. Don't play non-C6 Gaming. They used to be believable. Oh no, I actually think Gaming is better than Hu Tao now.
Rise. Let's light it up. I'm going and get to work. Citlali, eat Papa. Breath from the sky.
You mean C6 Gaming? Yeah, I do. Like, I said that like 5 seconds ago. Maybe, who knows? Maybe we get any M sends with good stats. I lied. We got 2 defense sends. Why do I even bother? Why do I even bother, dude?
Teamwork is show no mercy. Suffer the light of the blazing sun.
My Galaxy outdamages Hutao, but to be honest, but needing burst for a playstyle is cringe for me. Yeah, that's fair. He's glued to Bennett. I don't know if he's that glued to Bennett, honestly. I have to look into non-Bennett teams a bit more. Because Xiangyang does reduce the Bennett synergy. So I'm actually not sure. Kind of curious what happens if you do... You do something like this.
My contraptions are
Oh, that's not dumbing. Sorry.
Ready to
But,
roll.
my CITLALI's gonna be cringe, so...
fulfill our pact. You two. Cut. Bring it.
Alright.
Bright clouds converge. Show no mercy. Suffer the.
Up to it, Monsai.
Oh, he decided to be cringe. That's on me, though. He moved out of the... I'll go test it on Simon.
Sorry, pal.
I have to test it on Simon, because this guy moves away from the Skull app.
Dang.
Skyward. Scatter. Seize the skies. You two. Cut.
Many happy returns.
It's a pretty significant difference, yeah. Alright, you probably really don't want to
Sorry, pal.
do this without Bennett. Yeah, okay. Like, it's still a fine team without Bennett, but yeah, it's a very significant difference.
I won't hold you back.
I'll show you how much. With the best one.
I trust you have. Everybody stand. Bright clouds converge. Suffer the wrath of.
Mighty mythical beast.
Alley-oop. Plus 100k, yeah. Pretty much. Anyways, chat. Balatro. Does that mean Gaming viable in Abyss with CITLALI? I mean, this Abyss is kind of ass for a lot of different teams. This team doesn't have a bow user to shoot down the Aeon Blight Drake, so it's not ideal on the second side. And it doesn't have a Hydro unit, so it's not ideal for the Cucusaur on the first side. And so... in this Abyss, it's not great. But, yeah. Some people are shooting Drake with CITLALI. Yeah, and they're doing that, like, 10% of the time while after resetting for 3 hours. Like, from what I've seen, CITLALI has a way to knock down the Drake, but CITLALI doesn't have a reliable way to knock down the Drake. If Drake was first side, then I'd say that's fine. But because it's second side, fuck that. Okay. I'll go to the bathroom before recording. I'll be right back.
Boom booms and eyes, and boom booms and mouth. And I need to tighten up that part. A pot of tea with a couple of nibbles, some seasonal greens, and a piping hot bowl of fresh congee. That's a dope breakfast right there. The perfect way to start your day. Whether it takes me uphill, downhill, or out to the sticks, I get the goods from A to B. I'll even take them across the sea if needed. So don't worry, you're in safe hands. They don't call me the gold standard guard for nothing. A pot of tea with a couple of nibbles, some seasonal greens, and a piping hot bowl of fresh congee. That's a dope breakfast right there. The perfect way to start your day.
I'm back, chat. Is that a beer? No. This is mango flavored sparkling water.
Boom booms and eyes, and boom booms and mouth. And I need to tighten up that part.
It is Wait, actually. Chat, listen. Okay, listen. Alright. Let's talk about bubbly flavors, okay?
A pot of tea with a couple of nibbles.
Alright.
And a piping hot bowl.
Mango is like
That's a dope breakfast right there.
probably an A tier flavor. It's not the best flavor, but it's a nice one every once in a while. The thing that prevents me from putting mango in S tier is that mangoes are so sweet that drinking something that's mango flavored but isn't sweet at all kind of feels off a little bit, even if it tastes good. But yeah. Next, let's actually make a tier just for the worst bubbly flavor, the one that's the only bubbly flavor that if I have it in my fridge, it will stay in my fridge until the next time I do a fridge cleaning. I will never take a can of this flavor out of my fridge. The undrinkable bubbly flavor, orange. It is so bad. It is fucking awful. By far the worst bubbly flavor. It does not taste like orange. It tastes like ass. Anyways. Next up, I guess the second worst bubbly flavor is grapefruit. It's not nearly as bad as orange. Usually, grapefruit is like my least favorite flavor. But the orange bubbly is like outstanding in its ability to make me want to throw up. And so it gets a tier of its own. But like baseline grapefruit flavor, just grapefruit doesn't taste good. So artificial grapefruit flavor, like it doesn't taste good either. How would the disliked flavors end up in your fridge? Well, I have bought orange accidentally thinking it was peach before, okay? The colors aren't as different as they look like in this. Like, the contrast in here is, like, upped a little. Anyways. Alright. Apple bubbly, I think it goes in B. It's the sort of flavor that's like, I'll buy it once in a while. But I won't buy it more than once in a row. Like I'm not gonna buy it twice in a row. I'll buy it, and then I'll go a whole month without buying it again. You know. Next up. I don't think I've ever had lemon bubbly. I don't think I've ever had it. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen it. Oh well. I also don't think I've ever had raspberry. Or watermelon. And I don't think I've had strawberry either. But the other ones I've had. No, I haven't had cranberry either. So the only remaining ones are these 5. Oh, that's crazy. Peach, I think, is like high B. I think it's better than apple, but it's not as good as mango. I think cherry. Cherry goes in mid B, I guess. Pineapple in mid B as well. I guess I might as well put apple down to C. Like, out of these 4, apple is definitely the one I'm the least titillated by. And finally, lime and blackberry are the 2 goats. Lime sparkling water has been a classic for many, many years. But bubbly is what made me realize that blackberry sparkling water is actually just really good. Or are you obsessed with the grape flavor? There is no grape flavor. That's blackberry. Alright. Anyways, enough stall. It's time for the Lantern Rite video. Lantern Rite Genshin 2025 Selector. Do I have an image I can use to yap? Yeah. Open image in new tab. Alright. So, chat, say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To the Lantern Rite Selector video. I wanted to take a moment out of my day to talk about all the different characters you can select from the Lantern Rite 4-star selector, and the relevant constellation breakpoints, as well as just overall thoughts on each of them, to try to help you make your decision. For those of you that are still not entirely sure who to go for. So, first thing to address is that we have a new character. Alright, Lanyan is joining the banner, and Lanyan is actually a pretty good character. She's looking to be fairly strong. And so, because she's a new character, and because she is coming out on a double rerun banner, there's a lot of people that are going to want to get her, but not necessarily the 5 stars whose banner she's going to be on. And as such, she's probably going to be the most picked character in here. But she may not be the best for you. So, who should you pick? Well, first things first is, if there's any of these characters that you really like to the point where you're willing to slow down your account's progression just to get them or to get their constellations, then obviously, like, I'm not out here telling you that you need to play optimally and you're not allowed to enjoy yourself in other ways. Like, if you really like Yanfei and you want to play Yanfei carry, like, I'm not gonna stop you. Have fun, buddy. Like, you go, girl. But I still think it's nice to know what's good and what's not. So which of these characters are generally not really worth considering when it comes to meta standpoint? Chongyun, Ningguang, Yanfei, Yunjin, and Xinyan are all at best underwhelming. Some of them have teams where they perform fine, but none of them have teams where they perform particularly well. I'd say that pretty much all of them are, like, if you really like them and you want them, you can go for them, but otherwise they're kind of just standing there not doing much. And so that leaves us with the good characters to select from, of Xingqiu, Gaming, Beidou, Lanyan, Xiangling, and Yao Yao. In terms of how good these characters are, Xingqiu and Xiangling are, like, the two best. Lanyan and Gaming are also quite good. And then Beidou and Yao Yao are situational characters that can be fairly strong, but often won't be your best available option. Usually, when I talk about Xingqiu, I tend to not group him with anyone else. But in this case, I think it's fair to group Xingqiu and Xiangling together, because Xiangling is actually a lot more constellation reliant than Xingqiu is. And because of that, there's going to be more of an argument to be made to get her if it gets you to the right constellation breakpoints. So, and editors are going to have to help me a lot on this one, so sorry about that. I'm going to, like, write it down, but editors are going to have to, like, help visualize this in a better way, like a flowchart or something. So, good luck with that. So, out of those 6 characters, right? Xingqiu, Gaming, Beidou, Lanyan, Xiangling, and Yao Yao. Right? The first question you ask yourself is, do I care enough about any of these 11 characters to overlook meta suggestions? If the answer is yes, then just go for that character. If the answer is no, then we can start talking. So, the first question you should ask yourself is, am I in dire need of any of the support characters here to be able to play a team with a carry that I like? So, for example, if you don't have Yelan, and you have Hu Tao, and you like Hu Tao, and you want to play her, Hu Tao doesn't really have good teams that don't have either Sing So or Yelan. So, if you don't have Sing So, you should get him. If you really like playing Chlorine Aggravate, but you don't have Kirara, you don't have Yao Yao, you don't have Baiju, and you don't have either you don't have Nahida or you don't have another like healing option that can be slotted in either in either in the official slot, which isn't really what you want to do, or in the other slot, so like Shilonen, for example. Then yeah, maybe getting Yao Yao is gonna be more important than getting any like specific strength breakpoints for your characters. Yes, that's the first question you should ask yourself, right? And then, right, then comes the relevant constellation breakpoints. Once you own the characters, comes the relevant constellation breakpoints. So, for Singto, his relevant constellation breakpoints are C2 and C6. For Gaming, it's kind of complicated, but it's mostly just C6. For Beidou, it's C2 and C6. For Lanyan, it's C2. For Xiangling, it's C4. And for Yao Yao, it's none. Right? Once you have Yao Yao, there's effectively no real reason to get Yao Yao constellations. There is virtually no difference between a C0 and a C6 Yao Yao. Like, technically there is a difference, but it's not enough to really ever justify wanting to actively go for constellations. They just don't do enough. And so once you have Yao Yao, I think you can pretty much ignore Yao Yao in the selector entirely. Which leaves you with 5 characters with relevant constellations. First is Xiangling. Xiangling is probably, out of all of these characters, the one that you're most likely to not need constellations for. Because Xiangling is one of the few characters that you just get for free no matter when you start. Right? You get a free Xiangling once you clear floor 5 of Abyss. And she's available in the shop. And she's on banners fairly often. And her constellations past C4 don't really matter too much. In other words, you only ever need to get 4 copies of Xiangling on your account. And Xiangling is one of the characters, at least one of the 4 stars, for which it's the easiest to get those constellations, those copies. But when does Xiangling C4 matter? The biggest and most important impact of Xiangling C4 is obviously the additional damage that you do. It's a lot more damage. The additional application can be useful, but there are teams in which it doesn't matter, or even teams where it's like, it actually makes it even harder to work around your stuff. That being said, you can use Xiangling without her constellations with Molani. And so the C4 may not necessarily be something you absolutely need to get. But it is a pretty big deal if you play her, and she is a character that gets played in a lot of different teams. Lanyan is the new character. So, how good is she? Well, she's pretty good. she's a character that consolidates your VV role with defensive utility. She's the first VV character to provide a form of defensive utility other than a shield or other than healing. And yeah, I'm heavily implying that taunt doesn't count because it doesn't count. But she's an Animo shielder, and just by nature of being Animo and a shielder, she's already going to have a place in a bunch of teams. But then on top of that, she's a Catalyst user, which means she can use CTDS, which means that she won't just have a place in a lot of teams, she's actually going to be competitive in terms of damage with other characters in those teams. On top of providing you with shielding. Generally, the TDDS buff will provide a little bit less, but not too much less damage than Kazuha's buff based on his EM. Right? So effectively, the main difference between using Lanyan and using Kazuha on a team with an attack scaler is going to be Kazuha has much better grouping, but in exchange, Lanyan has a shield. And that shield is a decent size. And then at C2, the size of that shield increases a tiny little bit. Lanyan's shield is pretty much the average non-Geo shield in terms of numbers. However, her C2 makes it so that when you use normal attacks while the shield is active, you can effectively heal the shield's HP. You can heal it by 40% up to once every 2 seconds, if I remember correctly. Up to once every 2 seconds. And it's a pretty big deal, actually. It means that if your shield doesn't get one shot, you effectively just get your full shield back pretty quickly. It's gonna make the shield a lot tankier. That being said, that shield being tankier only matters if you get hit a lot. And so it's not a constellation that's necessary, but it is going to make her feel like a much stronger defensive unit. Next up is Beidou. Beidou is arguably the worst of these remaining 5 units. And she sees a lot less play nowadays. But she still does see some play. Namely, in this Abyss, the first only clear I did used Beidou on the first side for the first chamber. It helped a lot because it was two target chamber. Beidou's C2 helps her damage a lot. Without her C2, Beidou's damage is kind of funny to look at. And Beidou's C6 affects her own damage, but also the rest of your team's damage, so it's overall a fairly significant constellation. Beidou's the sort of character that is, like, actually good about once every 2 to 3 abysses. But because it's actually it's closer to 2 than 3. She's like actually good pretty much every other abyss. But because people tend to not really like building characters just to end up only being able to properly use them every other abyss, it leads to Beto being a fairly unpopular unit. Overall, she's alright. But she is definitely the weakest of the remaining 5. Then, we have Xingqiu. So, it is no secret that I think Xingqiu is a relatively strong unit. I think if you didn't know that is what I think about him, it is likely that this is the first time you've watched one of my videos. Welcome. We are Xingqiu Shillers in here. That being said, Xingqiu has definitely been a lot less present in teams for recent carries. He hasn't really gained any new teams in a pretty long time now. If you look at the characters that we have gotten in Natlan, right? Kachina's not a carry. Mualani is very, very reliant on vapes, and so you wanted the enemies to have a pyro aura, and Xingqiu's orbitals apply hydro and can make you lose your vapes, which is obviously awful. You really don't want that, and so Xingqiu doesn't work very well with Mualani. Kanich definitely tends to like his burning teams more than his burgeon teams. Xingqiu's fine with Kanich, but not part of his great teams. Villain is not a carry. Auron's not a carry. Tosca is a charge attack carry that doesn't use normal attacks, so it doesn't work with Xingqiu. And while MAVUIKA does work with Xingqiu, MAVUIKA synergizes really well with shorter rotations. And getting those 18-second rotations is actually kind of a big deal. And so playing with Xingqiu is like, it's an option that you have, but one, she gets actually a significant downside from the rotation extension from Xingqiu's E cooldown being 21 seconds and gating the speed of your rotations. And two, she gets infinite resistance to interruption in her burst, so that portion of Xingqiu's kit isn't helping her. All of this to say, they've been designing characters to not rely on many of the upsides that Xingqiu provides when he's in a team. Either by making it impossible for them to work with him, or impossible, making it really hard for them to work with him, like with Tosca, or Mualani, or by giving them upsides that make Xingqiu's upsides redundant, like with MAVUIKA. Does that mean that Xingqiu is bad now? Fuck no. While those teams are good, and while, as I talked about in my power creep video, MAVUIKA is definitely not a great sign for the future health of the game. A lot of the good teams either use Singto or can reasonably slot him in as a slightly more defensive focused option. Hyperbloom is still one of the best teams in the game. And so, Singto is still very strong. But he's not nearly as necessary to an account as he used to be. Because more and more characters are designed to work without needing him. Speaking of characters that are designed to work without needing him, let's talk about the last one of our characters, Gummy. And Gummy's probably the character for which I have the most to say, even if he's not the new one, right? The new character is Lanyan, but Lanyan is a fairly straightforward character, right? She's a shielder with VV and TDPS, and that's it. There's nothing else to say. Gummy got a massive, insane buff this patch. CITLALI is a character that is designed around melt. Freeze teams being conditional on the enemy being freezable makes them, and Hoyo's insistence on putting bosses in both sides in almost every abyss make the Hydra-Res Shred part of CITLALI's kit a bit less relevant. Which means that CITLALI's main role, I guess, is going to be as a buffer in melt teams. And if you look at the pyro carries that we have, Gumming is actually pretty much the only pyro carry in the whole game that actually melts all of his damage. Most other characters only vape a portion of their damage. Even Hu Tao, who vapes a very large portion of her damage, still doesn't vape, or vape, I say vape or melt, whatever, react, right? Even Hu Tao, who reacts a lot of her damage because of her charge attacks, still has normal ICD on her normal attacks, and so only reacts 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 2 normal attacks. Gumming doesn't really use his normal attacks, and his burst and skill don't have ICD, which means that he's pretty much the only pyro carry that actually reasonably melts all of his damage. On top of that, his default rate of application is about once every 2 seconds. You know what else is about once every 2 seconds? CITLALI's off-field cryo application. Yeah, as it turns out, Melt Gumming just lines up so amazingly well with CITLALI. Gumming is, like, I think without a doubt the character that has the best synergy with CITLALI by far. And CITLALI's release was a sizable Gumming buff. To the point where I'd say that Gumming is a top 3 pyro carry now. At least when you look at on-fielders. I still don't know if like I'm still a massive Sucrose National enjoyer. But at least when it comes to on-field pyro carries, I'd say that he's arguably top 3 now. At C6. Without C6, boy, is that a different thing entirely. My Gumming build is, like, very average. I have some good artifacts, right? Like, this is pretty good. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, this is a 9 roller. That's a really good piece, actually. But yeah. Like, this is a really good piece. This is a pretty good piece. This is kind of whatever. Fine off piece. okay. In terms of artifact quality, it's pretty high, but attack sense is a lot worse than EM sense, and I just don't own an EM sense. There's just not much I can do about that. Which makes the actual like quality of my artifacts pretty average. And as it turns out, he's still pretty darn strong. Gumming is like actually a really good carry now. His best team is without a doubt Bennett, Xianyun, and CITLALI. But if you don't have Xianyun, Xilonen works, and Xilonen is also more comfortable to play because Xianyun's ZR requirements can be a bit of a pain in the ass. But gumming can have a lot of gameplay issues. And the first of those is energy. Gumming is an energy-hungry character. In the sense that he is a burst-reliant character that can have inconsistent energy generation. The main reason for that is because most carries nowadays generate their particles at the start of the rotation. You look at the other strong pyro carries, right? Look at Arlecchino, MAVUIKA. When they press E, they get 5 particles. Wow, poggers. Gumming, on the other hand, gets random 1 to 2 particles on E. Once every... Is it 2 or 3 E's? Not sure. Gumming, KQM, TCL. Oh no, it's always 2 particles. Never mind, it's not random. Wait, how often do you get the... the particle? Is it once every 3 E's or every 2 E's? Two, 3, 5. I think it's every 2 E's, but I'm not like 100% confident on it. Anyways, the point being, he doesn't generate all of his particles at the start, he generates them over time. But, as you may have been able to see, Steam does a lot of damage, and so very often you're going to kill the enemy before you go through your whole rotation. And because Gumming does his particle generation over time, if you kill the enemy too early, you'll start the next rotation with less energy. And that can be enough to make you lose your... or to make it so you don't get your burst back. And without his burst, he's kind of not very good. On top of that, he also gets an additional 2 energy per plunge at C4. That's additional energy you're missing out on if the enemy dies too early. And then there's all the juggling bullshit with Munchai. I'm not gonna get into the whole thing. I will talk about it more in the CITLALI post-release. But there's a decent amount of tech with gumming that can allow you to get either more skills, or to front-load your skills, or to get them to line up with your melts better, or stuff like that. If you don't have CITLALI, gumming is a decent carry that is very reliant on his constellations, and you playing well. He tends to be fairly difficult to play. He has easier teams to play with, like, double Hydro Xianyun, for example. But that's teams that require multiple 5-stars, including Xianyun, which is a character that you often, or that isn't particularly useful to that many accounts. And so it's harder to make an argument to go for Xianyun if you're someone who cares more about characters being versatile. Anyways, let's quickly talk about Gami's constellations. His C1 doesn't matter. It makes his skill heal. His skill by default consumes HP, so this is nice, I guess, but, like, you should be playing him with Bennett in almost every one of his teams. Either Bennett or at least Xianyun. So you shouldn't need the healing to begin with. So it's kind of whatever. C2, he gets 20% attack. That's pretty much... There's a trivial condition, but it's pretty much just 20% attack. It's okay. C3 is skill talent levels. That's actually kind of nice. It's probably his best constellation other than C6, because most of his damage comes from his skill. He has no damage coming from normal attack talent. It's all from burst and skill talent. So, because the skill does more than the burst, then quite good. C4 is energy. It's actually pretty significant. In the CITLALI rotation, you will get 6 to 7, well, 5 to 7, because technically, if things go wrong, you'll get 5. 5 to 7 plunges, or 5 to 7 E's, I guess. Which is 10 to 14 energy. That's a pretty big deal. His energy requirements tend to hover around the, like, 130 to 140 range at C6. And so, without the C4, you'd be looking at closer to, like, 150 to 170. But it's a nice constellation. It's useful. Okay. C5, burst talent. Okay, it's whatever. Not that much to say about it. Bit worse than C3, but it's not worthless because his burst is still a good amount of front-loaded damage. And finally, C6, which is one of the strongest constellations in the game. This is, like, borderline a 5-star level constellation. Like, 80% crit value and significantly increased AoE is a massive deal. Even if it was just 80% crit value, it's a massive deal. And even if it was just increased AoE, it's also a massive deal. Both of them together is insane. There is a much bigger difference between C5 and C6 Bennett, or sorry, C5 and C6 Gumming than there is between C0 and C5. It's massive. I'd say that if you don't have C6 on Gumming, unless you really like him, he's not particularly worth playing. But if you do have C6, he's going to be strong. All in all, with CITLALI's release, Gumming is now, like, a strong contender for top 3 pyro carries. And because he is so Constellation reliant, if you find yourself in a situation where you are at C5 Gumming or close to C6, he's very much worth considering. Personally, if I was at C5 Gumming, I would not get Lanyan. I would just say, fuck it, I'm not getting her. I'll hopefully get her on standard at some point, and I would get C6 Gumming. Thankfully, I got my C6 Gumming from the standard banner, so thank you, standard banner. My goat. Anyways, that pretty much does it for the Lantern Rite. Overall, I mean, in the past 3 years, the characters we got for Lantern Rite have been Yao Yao, Gaming, and Lanyan. And all 3 of them are actually reasonably strong characters that are, on some accounts, going to be the optimal choice to get. If that trend keeps going, by the time we're in 2030, there's gonna be, like, what, 11 good 4 stars from Leia? What the fuck's gonna happen with that? Like, what are we gonna do then? Yunjin is... No. There was no Lantern Rite pre-Yao Yao. Stop. Stop it. Don't do this to me. Yeah, I hope this helped you make up your mind. I hope you learned a thing or two. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Alright, exercise redeemed. Frick you. Ugh. Oh fuck, I hit my glasses again! God damn it! Let editors know. Sorry about that. Voice went recorded lantern right video. $13 kilograms, really? Okay, I don't like talking about the weight I lift in kilograms, because it sounds so small. Let me use pounds, please. 13 kilograms, like, sounds so much smaller than 30 pounds. Maybe I should increase the 35 soon, though. Here's the problem, okay? The, like, thing... The like, the way that it gets adjusted, right? Is, like, with weights that, like, pretty much go, like, on either side of the weight. I mean, you guys can see it, right? Like, this, like, black thing... Right? It's actually just this. And it's multiple of these, like, inside one another that get, like, locked onto the like, main module, right? And each of these is 5 pounds, or, like, 2.4 kilos. Divided by 2.2, right? 2.3, 2.4. Anyways. And the yellow one, which is the one that you lock onto for 35 pounds, is what I'm using to prevent my room's door from closing with like, automatically. Because my floor is, like, kind of crooked, and my door closes by itself. And it's really annoying. And so I use the yellow, like, 35 pound thingy as a door stopper. So if I need to find another door stopper if I want to increase my weight to 35 pounds. Just go pick up a rock. True! Have you ever tried kettlebells? I've probably tried them in a gym at some point, but I never, like, properly tried working out with them. Anyways, chat. Let's yap. Okay, I actually have a yap topic. Sevi posted this 2 days ago, yesterday, I don't know. Anyways, Sevi posted this thread talking about the Archon quest, and there was a part of the thread that I thought was really interesting and that I wanted to talk about myself. So let's start by reading the thread. Then we will watch a video. And then I will connect the two. So, Sevi says, I've sat with the 5.3 Archon quest for a bit now, and here's some insight on how I feel about it, especially in comparison to other Archon quests. Scope is just the Archon quest experience, not including afterward like MAVUIKA's story quest. 5.3 Archon quest, spoiler warning. First, I want to commend it on its own achievements. The Natlan Archon quest gave us a tale of a nation that so deeply honors its traditions and history, and uses it to draw courage and strength to face its current issues. For Natlan, their culture, specifically the history and traditions they've established to deal with their damage from the Abyss, isn't something they're running from or necessarily trying to change. For them, it's a vehicle towards the future. I guess that's like the first point. This is a point I don't really agree with. Like, it's not just that their culture isn't something they're running from or necessarily trying to change. It's that they're actively trying to prevent change. There is a part of the conflict that is related to the ways in which the desire to uphold tradition versus the desire to move forwards with the emergence of new technology and whatever, clashes. And that's actually one of my issues with the quest. This conflict is grazed a little, tiny little bit, in the, I don't know if it was Act 1 or Act 2, but in the relatively early parts of the Archon quest, when it comes to Capitano and MAVUIKA. Early on, when Capitano is trying to find ways other than MAVUIKA's traditional ways to fight against the Abyss. But anyways, now to comment on the actual plot, themes, and conflict of the Natlan quest. I've seen many people saying that it was boring or fell flat, especially in comparison to previous Archon quests. Here's my take on it. Out of 3 main conflicts in fiction, man versus man, man versus self, and man versus environment, Natlan really only focuses on the third. Man versus environment, Natlan versus the Abyss. So I think this is half true. It is true that that is the only conflict that they resolve. But it is not the only conflict that they focus on. They actually bring forth multiple different types of conflict, and then they just stop giving a shit about and give Deus Ex Machina endings to all of those conflicts except the Natlan versus the Abyss one. I think that all three of these types of conflicts are pretty heavily present in the quest. But Sevi brings that up as well, so I want to give my take on it, but let's first look at this, right? So in 5.0, we had a bit of MAVUIKA versus the Captain, which lent some excitement to additional conflict, but that was quickly resolved. So that's what I mentioned earlier, right? In 5.0, the MAVUIKA versus Capitano conflict was a man versus man conflict. But we didn't get a satisfying resolution to it. The conflict was set up as a clash between tradition and innovation. And the resolution was, well, as it turns out, the innovation was poorly thought out and the tradition is more likely to succeed than you thought. To me, that felt like an incredibly unsatisfying resolution. I think that conflict was more important than MAVUIKA's story quest. That's possible. I haven't done that. Yeah, it definitely felt like they took the easy way out. Anyways. The 5.1 acts were very much focused already on Natlan versus Abyss, and that carried through to 5.2 and 5.3. Contrast this to Sumeru, where there was corruption in the academia, and our main cast was trying to uncover and defeat that and rescue the Archon, adding men versus men. There were other types of conflict ongoing as well, but men versus men took the spotlight here for me. And given the characters and their dynamics here, I found it very compelling, and it remains my favorite Archon quest to date. Contrast to Fontaine, where Farina gave us one of the most dramatic performances of all time when she revealed her inner conflict, spotlighting man versus self. I actually heavily disagree with this. I don't read the conflict in Fontaine as a man versus self conflict. But in order to explain why, we need to talk about the three types of conflict. Or should I say, the 7 types of conflict. So, you may have heard there are 3 main types of conflict in storytelling before. Man versus man, man versus self, and man versus nature. However, there are many stories with conflicts that don't really neatly fit into those categories. And so many people tend to use a categorization that includes a few more types of conflict. Man versus society. Man versus fate. Man versus supernatural. And man versus technology. I read the conflict in Fontaine as mainly a man versus supernatural conflict. Yeah, like, it would be man versus divine, but, like, that's the same thing as man versus supernatural. Sorry, theists. or man versus fate. It's like a healthy mix of the two. I really don't view Farina's inner turmoil as a major conflict within the story. Because, honestly, it's not actually relevant. There isn't an actual plot relevant conflict when it comes to Farina's inner turmoil. Yeah, it sucks for her, it's her backstory, but like, it's not like she's winning against anything. Like, the actual conflict isn't really even about her at all. She's just there. I do think there's a reading of it, there's a reasonable reading of it that is a man versus self conflict from Farina. But personally, I don't really view it as an important part of the plot. It's more of a sub conflict to me. Yeah, like Farina's not the main character in the Fontaine story, not even close. That's a crazy take. The plot of Fontaine versus Heavenly Principles. The plot is Fontaine versus Heavenly Principles, and for a long time, Farina's the only one fighting that conflict. Farina's a foot soldier in Focalor's war. Okay? She's not the main character. She just happened to be there. Sorry. Sorry! I'm not saying her role in the story wasn't major. I'm saying that her inner turmoil is not a major part of the conflict in Fontaine. The plot-relevant conflict. Anyways. Not to mention how that had its man versus man and man versus environment conflicts too, plus philosophical questions about justice, making quite a complex and well-rounded story in my eyes, and understandably why I think a lot of people favored it over Natlan. On the other hand, MAVUIKA is a well-adjusted, competent Archon and leader. Her inner conflict was basically narrated / shown to us in her sunset animation. It's really there that she shows herself frustrated and wavering, but that's prior to the events of the Archon quest. In the Archon quest, my sense of her solo scenes is that she's accepted her fate. So while she's a character that others can look up to, and I love her for that, I definitely don't think she's as compelling a character compared to other Archons. In my honest opinion, I think the main purpose of Natlan's Archon quest was to focus on driving the core plot of Tevat's world problems and world building forward. And, to make that as clear and comprehensible as possible, it simplified his primary conflicts to man versus environment. So, this is the, overall thesis of this thread, and I agree with this. Natlan's Archon quest simplified its conflict and pretty much threw every conflict that wasn't man versus environment, or man versus nature, whatever. It just threw them away. It set them up, and then it threw them away. And the one that was the most disappointing for me was the man versus self conflict that was set up for MAVUIKA. That's, slightly touched on here, but I want to talk about it more. So, on the other hand, MAVUIKA is a well-adjusted Goblin Archon. Her inner conflict was basically narrated / shown to us in her sunset animation. But what is her inner conflict? right? Her inner conflict is she went forward in time with the sacrifices of her friends to try to get the upper hand against the Abyss 500 years in the future. Because the sacrifices of her friends weigh on her conscience, she struggles to envision a future where she doesn't sacrifice herself as well. It's survivor's guilt, yeah. And so, the story sets up a situation where MAVUIKA is destined to die. She is going to have to sacrifice herself. And MAVUIKA accepts that. And that conflict is resolved. And then someone else sacrifices themselves, and then she's just fine. Her man versus self conflict didn't actually get resolved. Because the post-climax situation was she did not sacrifice herself. The conflict was that she stubbornly wanted to sacrifice herself. How did she end up not sacrificing herself? Fully and entirely through the actions of someone else, without her really having a say. And that was so incredibly disappointing. Why put so much emphasis on her inner turmoil? Why put so much emphasis on her inability to like try to figure out solutions where she doesn't die? Why do you put so much focus on that just to then have her get saved by a decision that isn't hers? From a character that we haven't seen in like 3 hours of in-game time. Or 3 hours of real time, like, of questing. It just... It was such a disappointing end to her story. What could have she done not to die? She should have been involved in the decision process of Capitano sacrificing himself. It shouldn't have just happened to her. Like, she needs to learn from Nico Robin, okay? She needed an I want to live, okay? That's what she fucking needed. She needed an I want to live. They didn't give her an I want to live. Anyways. Someone earlier asked, okay, but why does this matter when I was talking about the types of conflict? And I want to bring your attention to a video. Fuck, which one is it? Okay, I want to bring your attention to a video by Paytalk's anime entitled, When They Don't Make the Demons Evil. And boy, has there been discourse on whether the demons in Freerun are evil. And this is the best take I've seen on it.
Demons. They're everywhere.
I saw everyone shitting on that. No. The video that got shit on was not this one. It was a different one. Okay. You're thinking of a different one. Okay. Yeah, spoilers for Freerun, I guess. This video is actually good. This video's thesis is much better than the demons in Freerun are evil.
Where
You're not about to watch a 10-minute video just so you can dunk on Sevi's tweet? What the fuck have I done that could be construed as me dunking on Sevi? Huh? I mostly agreed.
in fiction, whether or not it's your favorite horror movie or one of the many anime that heavily embrace the demon trope. And often, probably because of the spiritual and religious context in which we were introduced to demons, their morals run opposite to what we'd consider good. But what if they didn't have to be evil? What if they were still a monster that the hero had to face, but there wasn't this implied morality? How might that influence a story? And what can it teach us about media literacy? Welcome to a running series called Exploring Freerun. My name is
Linkers, yeah,
Pei,
let me
and
send the link in chat real quick. This is like my favorite video essay channel. By far.
today we're talking about when the monster isn't evil. So, one of the most common things you're taught when you're learning to write is something called the 4 types of conflict. Person versus person, person versus self, person versus society, and person versus nature. There's also this expanded list where there's 7 total, the remaining 3 being person versus fate, person versus the unknown, and person versus technology. I think those 3 are extensions of the original 4, but before we get there, people argue that you could take any conflict in a story and it would fall under one of those 7 categories. And maybe even, depending on how you look at it, one of the 4. Often stories are not made up of just one type of conflict, but there tends to be an overarching primary conflict. There are some examples that are more obvious and others that seem complex. Is Avatar: The Last Airbender person versus person, with Aang fighting Ozai? Or is it person versus self, Aang overcoming the internal conflict that comes with the responsibility of being the Avatar? Whether or not it's him coming to terms with the fact that he ran away in the beginning of the story, or finding a nonviolent solution that both satisfies his responsibility as the Avatar and his personal morals not to kill. Rules in screenwriting and literature tend to be less definitive than you'd think, but they still help guide us in understanding and analyzing storytelling. Now, monster movies often fall into the category of person versus the unknown. Alien, The Thing, It, Predator. And in all of these cases, there's generally speaking an assumed malice. These monsters don't just exist, they are going out of their way to pursue our heroes and threaten their safety. These stories are built around the general human inclination to fear the unknown. We're not afraid of the dark, we're just afraid of what could be in it that we can't see. The inclination to assume malice in the unknown is actually the entire premise behind the dark forest theory. It's also a natural byproduct of something that all living things experience, the overwhelming urge to self-preserve. Because self-preservation, at least to the point of reproduction, is a fundamental part of evolution. That asterisk was included, by the way, because of animals like salmon and and praying mantises. Those guys are crazy. So person versus the unknown is built around that fear. But if you were to look at person versus nature, you wouldn't assume malice, just existence. In Castaway, none of the challenges the protagonists face come from a malicious place. Bad weather that takes the plane down, or the harsh living conditions that he needs to survive. They're not evil, they're just nature. And this is where Frieren Beyond Journey's End comes in. There are demons in this show, and actually before the story started, they were the primary antagonist. But I believe demons in Frieren represent nature, not the unknown. And that's incredibly important for understanding and interpreting the morals that are implied in this story. So at first glance, I don't think everyone would agree that the demons in Frieren aren't evil. But I do think there's a pretty good case to be made, because so far in the story, I think every action a demon makes can be tracked to two major purposes. The first is that demons eat humans. The second is that demons, just like any other creature, have an urge to self-preserve. Based off of our understanding of evolution and survival of the fittest, all of the tools and skills demons have developed are a byproduct of those two major factors. Language, for example, is something that...
A lot of the things that I want to say about these things, I've already said in the lead up to this. But I'll pause after the thesis of the video is properly mentioned and talk about that more.
Frieren specifically focuses on a lot. Demons use language to trap and self-preserve. Language isn't really used to communicate. Take, for example, this scene.
リュグナー様、父上って何?
なんだろうね。
So while they don't even really know what a father is, they know if they bring it up, they're less likely to be killed. Because essentially this is an extreme and complex form of pattern recognition. There are many different studies done with animals to measure cognitive ability. For example, the mirror test. Is an animal capable of recognizing itself as an object in a mirror rather than another animal? It showcases self-awareness. Based off of current research, only a handful of animals have passed this test so far. When these cognitive studies have extended to animals' ability to understand and communicate in human language, there have been a couple major barriers, like the ability to ask questions. Now, demons in Frieren are capable levels of communication beyond that. I'm just arguing that the use of language comes secondary to other forms of communication in their culture. Their primary form of communication seems to be based off of shows of strength, kind of like a herd of animals that has a leader. Their social hierarchies are based off of mana, which represents the strength of their main tool of self-preservation, magic. So let's answer the question as to why this is all important. In the 7th episode of Frieren, there's this line between Frieren and Lugner, where he says she looks at him like he's a wild animal, to which she responds, "Well, aren't you?" Something I've argued a lot in this series and in general is that art exists beyond itself. Stories rarely exist in a vacuum. Inherent to art is both interpretation and morals and themes. When I first watched Frieren, the writing decisions surrounding demons was something I was incredibly hesitant about. Often, especially in Western media, humanoid creatures that are the target of discrimination are used as a thinly veiled metaphor for racism. Because of this trope and tendency, when demons were first introduced in Frieren, I was very nervous that it was some sort of dog whistle. Demons were introduced as these unredeemable, dangerous creatures, and I didn't like that implication. It felt like a writing decision that got muddied because of context completely independent of the story. So this is where the thesis of the video comes into play. By understanding the type of story being told, for example, the form of conflict, you can better understand the theme being implied. If this is person versus person or person versus unknown, suddenly there's bigger implications. But if it's person versus nature, we no longer have that assumed malice and implication. In that situation, humans and demons must both act out of self-preservation. It's not evil for humans to act in self-defense or for demons to try to sustain themselves. They're simply at odds with one another because of their natural inclination. And I think if you go back and watch a lot of these scenes from this arc of Frieren, you'll notice that none of the demons seem to act from a place of malice. They are creatures with ego and coldness, disconnects from things that we would normally define as human. And with this new lens, there's no metaphor or dog whistle applying to human conflict. It also makes for an incredibly fascinating antagonist for our heroes to face. I feel like this is a really cool subversion of the evil demon.
But yeah, so that's the thesis of the video, and that's what I want to talk about. You asked the question in chat, why does that matter? Well, this is why. The way that you engage with the story, the way that you understand its conflict, affects the way that you will be able to relate to that story and understand its morals. I understand nothing. Basically, if you view the conflict in Frieren as a man versus man, or man versus unknown conflict, then you've got the good guys that are trying to protect people from the bad guy demons. But very often, the racial minority, or not racial, but like the humanoid species that is presented as bad, is supposed to be a race analogy. Whether it's because it's like, whether it's trying to be a positive or a negative ones, right? Whether it's trying to demonize a certain minority, or it's trying to use the metaphor and then have like good demons or whatever, right? Like it's it's very often used as a metaphor for racism. Or yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be racism, that's true. It could also just be referring to any sort of outgroup, but you get the point, right? And with that reading, Frieren's conflict gets a little sus. You have these evil people that are completely irredeemable and that will just keep fucking murdering and shitting and pissing on people, because they want to, and they won't empathize with you, and they yeah. But, or sorry, and also, right, because they're presented as a group that's inherently evil, well, you're effectively saying, like, there are, how do I say this in a way where even idiots can understand? When you have a race or a species that's like inherently evil, you're leading your viewers or readers or whatever to a conclusion that classifies that outgroup as, or that classifies that group as bad, right? As inherently bad. And if they make associations between that group and another real-life minority group that they don't like, it helps reinforce those racist stereotypes. And it can be used as a dog whistle. But the reading of Frieren that Pei is suggesting here is that the conflict in Frieren is not man versus man, nor is it man versus unknown. The conflict is man versus nature. These demons are just existing in the way that they do. Demons eat humans, and demons want to keep surviving. The way in which they survive is by killing humans. Is it evil of them to want to survive? So they're just animals? Pretty much. That's what this that's what this reading is suggesting, at least, yeah. This video ironically justifies racism. I think you might be illiterate. Has to be bait, maybe. Anyways. I actually got fucking stun locked by that comment. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I can't focus anymore. Shit, dude. Anyways, all this to say, right? The way you perceive the conflict in Frieren, significantly changes the themes of the story. And similarly, my perception of the conflict in the Genshin 5.3 Archon quest. Wait, did they say something dumb again? Oh, yeah. I see. Yeah, I feel like that does deserve a ban. Bro literally said, you're all racist, so I'm gonna be racist to you all. Yeah, like that's, yeah. That's a yikes, dude. If your reaction to the thesis, an incorrect reading of Frieren's conflict could suggest that Frieren is arguing or promoting racist beliefs, but a more thorough reading of it actually shows that the demons in Frieren are not an analogy for a racial minority. They're actually just an actual part of the natural world in Frieren that is completely non-human. If your reaction to that is, well, this video is justifying racism, and you guys are the demons. One, you didn't understand the thesis of the video, and two, you clearly think of the demons as an outgroup that is evil and that you, like, whatever, it's fine. Anyways, but yeah, so the nature of the conflict in the Archon quest just fucked with me. Like, I was expecting so much out of the man versus self conflict with MAVUIKA, but it just didn't go anywhere, and it was disappointing. Man versus ER requirements. Yeah, that's the Gaming experience. You're so right. That's the Gaming conflict. Wait, that's actually wait. That's such a good tweet. I'll do another quote retweet. Sumeru, or Nahida, and Academia. Is that how they wrote it? Whatever. Man versus man. MAVUIKA and sacrifice. Man versus self. Natlan and abyss. Man versus nature. Gaming. Man versus ER requirements. Dude, okay, you know, you were really onto something with that one. You were actually onto something with that one. That is so funny. That is so funny. The fact that you're Gaming has like 99% energy too, yeah. 2 stolen tweets and 2 streams. It's fine, dude. Common instance of chat being funnier than the chat. The chat is funnier than the chat, you're right. Zajef, man versus chat. I can't even make a funny joke about Zyox because Zyox is just man versus self. Like, it's just man versus self. You know it, I know it, everyone knows it. Man versus Vermilion, true. Alright, chat. I think man versus airline. True. Anyways, we've been live for 5 hours. Honestly, I think that's gonna be it for today. I don't think there's anything else I want to do. We can watch. Remind me to watch the JStern video tomorrow. I'm actually down. Anyways, I'm posting a video. As usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm, but if you're too lazy, I understand. Here is the link, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!